stand up here anyway. All right, so my name is Matthew March. I am the county extension agent in Polk County. So I'm basically the equivalent for Polk County, which is over in Livingston, for what's here in Montgomery County or Conroe. So let me see, how many trainings have y'all been to? Are y'all just starting? Oh, this is just the second one. Okay. So let me dim this down so y'all can see it a little better. Which one dim the lights? There we go. All right, so what was I saying? Oh, I was introducing myself. So I work in Livingston. I've been there for 5 years. Before that, I worked for Parks and Wildlife before at a fish hatchery. I graduated from A&M with a bachelor's degree in wildlife and fisheries and poultry science and a major in natural resource management. In Polk County, I do work a lot with the master naturalist, but we have a little bit more ag over there than here in Conroe. So I do a lot with cattle and hay and stuff like that too. Also with the commercial forestry. But today I'm going to be covering Texas ecoregions. This presentation is very long, so hopefully we can get through all of it. We're going to take a road trip across Texas. And my clicker works. There. Yeah, it's messing up again.
Just tap right through it.
Yeah. Usually it's my computer's messing up. Glad it's not mine for once. Okay. So what is an ecoregion? So like I said, this presentation, we're going to take a road trip across Texas, and I'm going to show you lots of pictures and throw all this information at you. It's kind of going to be like a fire hose. But at first, I think we need to define what an ecoregion is. And since it's 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning, I'm not going to sit up here and read every single definition. But I just wanted to throw a bunch of definitions up there, and you can kind of see some similarities from the different sources. But basically, it's an area with like similarities to it. So depending on, I guess, what your focus is, if you're a geologist, it'd be an area, they define ecoregions more as an area with similar soils or similar formations. Somebody that's maybe more like meteorology or something like that, they look at it more as like weather patterns. An ocean is going to affect the climate next to the land next to the sea, and so on and so forth. So just, an ecoregion is an area of similarities. So here's all your different drivers of ecoregions. The list is probably longer than that, but I bolded temperature and precipitation because that's the two we're going to focus on most today. As far as that has probably the greatest effect here in Texas. We have a huge temperature gradient as you go from north to south, and then precipitation gradient as you go east to west. And obviously that should be expected when your state's like 900 miles from east to west and a little longer north to south. But you can see our things, altitude, when you get up in mountains, that's going to have a huge effect as far as elevation, geography, hydrology, oceans, and so on and so forth. So here's your precipitation map for Texas. Have any of y'all ever seen this before? Okay. This is something you look at a lot if you're in the Master Gardeners program. But either way, so, here we are in deep, well, we're right here. Can they see my clicker? They probably can't see. No, they can't see my clicker online. That's fine. That was a stupid question. So we're right here in Montgomery County, north of Houston. And so it actually gets wetter if you go down here to southeast Texas, go a little bit further east to Beaumont. But you can picture when you're pushing 60 inches in Beaumont and Orange County and Jefferson County, compared to El Paso out in the tip that's getting like 8 inches of rain a year, and that's usually in one thunderstorm in about August. you can imagine that that's going to have a huge effect on your plant communities, which is going to have an effect on what wildlife's there, because wildlife's dependent on plants for habitat. And like I said, I'm a wildlife person, so this talks heavily on wildlife and plants, not so much geology. So I'm gonna have to stand over here. So here's your precipitation or temperature map. This is something that a lot of people probably don't think about as much, especially, Texas is such a big state. I mean, a lot of people probably haven't. How many of y'all ever been to Amarillo in this room? More than I was expecting. How many have been to Brownsville? A little less. Okay. So, if you haven't, the Panhandle gets a lot colder than down in the valley. Down in Brownsville, it might not even freeze in a year. And so this is a USD hardness zone map. Basically, it shows what temperature you can expect, what temperature, the low temperature you can expect in any given year. So you should put plants that can go down to that. So you can see down here in the valley in deep South Texas, it's kind of covered up, but you should be able to go down to 25 to 30 degrees. Compared to up here in the far northwest corner of the Panhandle, down to -10. So that's a huge temperature swing. So obviously your animals down here, which are usually more similar to Mexico, can't live up here where the animals are more similar to stuff you find in like Colorado or the Dakotas or further north. I did want to point out, I was looking at this yesterday. Just want to get on a little high horse here. If you look where Harris County, Montgomery County is, we're in this gray shaded area. I know y'all are Walker too, so they're almost in that light gray shade area. So you should see that's between 10 to 20 degrees. So how many of you in here have had plants die in the last 3 years because it got too cold? Those plants probably weren't ready to go down to 10 to 20 degrees. And if you look at our hardiness zone map, that you should plant plants, or if you plant plants that don't that, then you should expect them to die off at some point. It's just been a couple decades since we've had freezes that have gotten that cold. So we're actually not having temperatures out of the norm. Just the temperature swings are more than they used to be. So what is Texas? This is where I try to make this interactive a little bit. So here's a map of the United States. Do y'all think I'll just have y'all raise your hands. How many of y'all think we're a southern state? We have similarities with Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, South. Okay. How many of y'all think we're a plain state? Oklahoma, Kansas. Okay. How many of y'all think we're like a Southwest state, like New Mexico or Arizona? Okay. All the above, yeah. So I don't know why I remember this. I don't remember much from college, but I took Texas geography, and I remember he did it. I guess he must have did it for some research. He did like a survey, the professor, and if you're in like the southeast or eastern part of the state, the vast majority of people tend to say that Texas is like a southern state. If you're out in West Texas, you tend to relate it more as a Southwest state. And believe it or not, a considerable amount of people up here in the far reaches of the Panhandle actually consider themselves a Midwestern state, which is just odd to me. But you think about it, they grow a lot of wheat up here. The agriculture is really big. They have a lot of feeder operations for cattle, so they have a lot of similarities with Iowa, Kansas, and I guess it'd be kind of on the edge of the Midwest, but you can see the similarities. My point to that is Texas is just so big, and we're really not like any other. I guess this is a part where I get to brag on Texas. Really not like any other state in the lower 40. Well, I guess any state and really in the nation, because we have prairies, we have prairies, we have mountains, we have forests, we have deciduous forests. You get down into South Texas, you have subtropical type climates, and you really don't see that anywhere else. So we talked about ecoregions being similar areas. If you kind of step it up from ecoregions, you talk about like biomes. Biomes is like just a broader ecoregion. You can think of it kind of like that. So when you look at a map of the biomes in the world, here we are in Texas, right? And so you can see, according to this map, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different major biomes in the world, all here in Texas. That's pretty incredible for one state. I mean, look, you got countries in Europe that just got one. I mean, so when you get to work with Texas and study Texas, it's kind of neat from that. Here's just a different map, different, they labeled the biomes a little differently, but just the same point, you know. We have mixed hardwood, evergreen, pine forest here in the east. Then you go into deciduous forests, that'd be your oak trees, oak prairies. Then you get your plains in the middle, and then you get your desert, and even a little bit of a montane, evergreen, mountain forest out here in far west Texas. So what is Texas? Like I said, it's really like no other state because we have the most major biomes in North America than any other state. The only 4 major biomes we don't have is chaparral, coastal forest. Chaparral would be like what you see in California, like a Mediterranean type climate. Coastal forest would be Pacific Northwest, so that temperate rainforest. Tropical, well, we all know we don't have rainforest here in Texas, and then Arctic and boreal forest. So boreal forest is that's just like a pine forest, way like spruce, way up before you get to the Arctic. Like I said, Texas is its own other country. So general trends east to in Texas, we already kind of mentioned this. East to west, we lose precipitation, so we go from pine forest to oak forest to tall grass prairie, mid grass prairie, then short grass prairie, then eventually desert. There is some exceptions in there, and that has to do with geography, but that's the general trend. So we all know what a pine forest is, right? We live in Conroe or Huntsville. Deciduous forest, that's like what you see when you go a little bit west of here, where you just get the oak trees, like around College Station, west to north to Houston. If you drive up 45 to Dallas. So tall grass, mid-grass prairie, and short grass prairie, that just defines how tall the grass gets, and that's basically precipitation dependent. So historically, tall grass prairie, which would have been found in like the middle part of Texas, would have been between 2 to 4 feet tall. Mid-grass prairie is about 8 to 12, 18 inches or so. And the short grass prairie is like what you find up like in Amarillo and Lubbock in the Panhandle, might grow about that much in a year. And then that's different species, but that's just our, and then we get desert. North to south, you already mentioned this, up far northern parts of Texas, up in the Panhandle, you have adaptation to sub-freezing temperatures, and then down in the south, you have tropical flora and fauna. Okay, so here's, and yeah, you passed the map out. Okay, okay, so I passed the map out for y'all for reference, and this one I couldn't get to print well, so then I found that one to print, but the colors are terrible on it, and they blend in the Panhandle, so this one looks a lot better. But so y'all can try to follow along. So we're going to talk about Gould's ecoregions in Texas. This is kind of the standard that a lot of people use. I guess he must have been, I don't even know who the guy was. He must have been a biologist or ecologist or something. You see his name on all kinds of papers and publications. So we're going to take a road trip across Texas, and we're going to go through those ecoregions. And then afterwards, after we take our road trip, we're going to focus in, if we have time, which we should, specifically on Walker and Montgomery County, and kind of zoom in into more detail here locally. But I want y'all to pay attention. We'll talk about characteristics. So we'll talk about current land use, any kind of special characteristics about that ecoregion, kind of dive in just a little bit. Like I said, I'm going to show you a lot of pictures so you can just kind of see the diversity in the state. Landscape and geography, and then pictures of plants and animals, because that's all what we want to see. Oh, and then also we're going to talk a little bit as far as land use, kind of. I have another presentation where I talk about land stewardship, where we'll go into a lot of the changes that have occurred in the state and how we have to manage land now because of those changes. But I'm going to talk about little bit about current land use, because some of these ecoregions are quite altered to what they were 50, 100, 150 years ago. Even, I mean, the way we manage land now is different than it was 30 years ago. So, I mean, it's always changing. But anyway, we're going to start off here in the east, we'll work west. So how many of y'all know we're in the Piney Woods? Everybody better raise their hand, right? That was kind of a rhetorical question. You'd be surprised, some people don't know. But so the Piney Woods, right? We're down here, and I did like this map I found that I put up here because the counties are labeled really good. And I actually redid this. I used to have a map that didn't have the counties labeled, and people got lost because I was just throwing out county names. Because as an extension agent, we travel all over Texas all the time. So I've been to 200 out of the 254 counties. So I recognize counties a lot better than a lot of people. But anyway, so we're in the Piney Woods. Eastern, I guess it's about 10 to 15, the eastern 10 to 15% of Texas. Roughly starts up here in Texarkana in the far northeast corner, Bowie County, and kind of goes down, gets here. Tyler would be right here. So Tyler, Texas is right on the edge of the Piney Woods. Name off some of the bigger towns. Marshall and Longview are right here in Harrison and Gregg County. Then basically it kind of comes down here to the Trinity River in Henderson County. And it follows kind of the Trinity River down to Crockett and Houston County, and then jumps on over here to Walker and Montgomery. So here in Huntsville and Conroe, we're kind of right on the western edge of the Piney Woods. And obviously the Piney Woods are called Piney Woods because pine trees are dominant. And then once you get down to the south, you transition into coastal prairies. Anyway, the Piney Woods is basically the far western extension of the southern pine belt. If any of y'all ever been to Georgia or up in the panhandle of Florida, parts of southern Alabama, Mississippi, even all the way up into like southeast Virginia, there's not a whole, it doesn't look a whole lot of different. I mean, you land in Atlanta, it looks like you just left from Houston. I mean, if you flew out of Bush. We're just the far western extension of that pine belt that goes across the south. The biggest difference is here is we have less precipitation than compared into Georgia or Mississippi. So our plant diversity is a little less than you see further east of here. Rolling to level, it tends to be more level when you get down here in the south. You get up there in northeast Texas, it actually can get pretty hilly for a Texas standard. Sandy and acidic soils. This is something I want to point out for this ecoregion. The Piney Woods is unique, as we're the only part of the state where acidic soils are dominant, and that has a lot of effect on land use from an agricultural standpoint, whether you're gardening or trying to grow crops or pasture or whatnot, even growing trees. I mean, that's why pine trees do so good here, because they like acidic soil. It's also a reason why the soil is also acidic, because of the forest. It kind of works with each other. But either way, 2/3 of the region is still forested land. There is a little bit of cropland, but that's mostly a little bit of cropland is going to be way up here in like in Bowie and Cass County, kind of getting up there around that Red River Valley. There's also a little along the Trinity River bottom in Houston and Trinity County, but it's pretty limited. And in Walker County, and it's mostly on the prison farms there outside of Huntsville. Historically, it would have been a pine and hardwood forest. I know we saw a lot of pine trees and a lot of hardwood forest, but it looks totally different than it did originally. We would have had pine savanna on the more upland sites, and then our river bottoms would have been old growth hardwood forest. Nowadays, most of it has been clear cut back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. They went back in and planted it with loblolly and shortleaf pine plantations. We have 3 native pine trees in East Texas: loblolly, shortleaf, and longleaf. Longleaf takes a lot longer to grow, so we planted them with loblolly and shortleaf pine plantations. I'll touch more on longleaf later in the presentation. So here's just some quick pictures trying to represent. Here's a kind of a pine savanna. You can see it's kind of getting some woody growth. This is in the Angelina National Forest outside of Lufkin. But you can see, you know, historically, you would have had more open canopy. I mean, you can see probably about 100 to 150 yards there. When I'm driving around the loop in Conroe this morning, you can see about 5 yards from the ditch. The forest was so thick. So that has a huge effect on most of our species as far on the animal side that are species of concern or protected in the piney woods is because they're neat pine savanna, and we've lost 99% of that habitat, except most of it's in national forest. Then in the bottomlands, we have a lot of hardwoods and water features. We are the one part of the state where we have the highest fish diversity here in the piney woods. We have a lot of unique fishes that you don't see anywhere else in the state. That's a paddlefish. We actually, down here in Conroe, they're not part of the natural, they're not found here, but you get further in northeast Texas, up further north, you can find paddlefish. Basically, they're like, kind of like a little whale, I guess you could say. They open up that big mouth and they kind of like filter water through their gills, and like kind of like how whales do with krill in the ocean. They eat plankton and stuff like that. They are a protected species here in Texas. Not in Arkansas and Oklahoma. Farther north, you can actually fish for them. People actually catch them, and you know. Anyway, we'll just start over here. This is top left is a red cockaded woodpecker. This is one of the guys that depends on pine savanna. That's was an endangered species. It actually has recovered to the point it's now just considered threatened. So we have enough breeding colonies in Texas and across the South that they deemed it was no longer needed endangered status. They changed that a couple years back. Box turtles, we have a lot of reptiles here in this part of the state. The one on the bottom right is a highly endangered species found in the piney woods. This is a Louisiana pine gopher snake. Kind of like a bull snake. I think it's actually like a subspecies of it. But it's found in longleaf pine savanna in really sandy soils, and basically it lives down in there's a bunch of gophers in that type of habitat, and it lives down in their burrows and eats gophers all day long and never comes up. But there's like 3 or 4 known colonies in Texas. They're all in Sabine County, right on the river in the Sabine National Forest. And I think there's 1 or 2 in the Angelina National Forest. And there's a handful more colonies right across the border in Louisiana. But I think in Texas, in the 3 or 4 known colonies, I think they've only recorded like 5 to 10 individuals in the last decade or something. I mean, it's a very protected species, or very endangered species. All right, so on to the next ecoregion, because I probably took way too long on that one already. And we got like a minute to do. Yeah. All right, so on to the post oak savanna. So the next one we're going to do, we're going to go further west. We're going to go into this kind of maroon color. I wonder if that was intentional because it included College Station. I just now thought of that. So post oak savanna, and this is it's basically, it's still a forested ecoregion, but like I said, it's farther west. It doesn't get enough precipitation to support a lot of the hardwoods and pine trees we see here in East Texas, or in the piney woods. So we go to the post oak savanna. Basically, it starts up here along the Red River, and it extends all the way. It doesn't go to I-35. That's a different ecoregion along I-35, but then goes down I-45 between Dallas and Houston, jumps on over to College Station, Bastrop, and then circles just south of San Antonio, and then down to almost the north side of Victoria, and then just west of Houston. I will point out this ecoregion is actually split. The next ecoregion we're going to talk about is the Blackland Prairie, which is just west of it, which is kind of this black color. But you'll see there's also a little stretch of it here. So the post oak savanna is actually split in 2. Anyway, so it's a western extension of the deciduous woods that you find across pretty much the eastern third of the United States. Pretty rolling hills. This one actually has a lot of sandy soils also, but it has a clay pan underneath the sandy soil. So how many of y'all have a garden or gardeners? All right. Does that sound like very good soil, sand with clay pan about 2 to 3 feet underneath it? No, right? So this ecoregion has very minimal farming because of that reason right there. So we don't see a lot of farming in this part of the state. But for that reason, most of it has remained in what you call rangeland or just native grazing or native pasture, native forest. There is some improved pasture as far as clearing it out and planting improved grasses, mostly Bermuda grass. But either way, this ecoregion is probably one of the ones that has, I don't want to say the least altered by us as humans, but we haven't gone in and clear cut a lot of it because the post oak trees are too short to be economical like pine trees. And then, like I said, we can't farm it. There's not too many major urban areas in it, so we don't have urbanization as big a deal. Historically, it would have been little blue stem, which is I believe that's our Texas state grass. No, it's not. It's cytosol. I'm lying. Little blue stem, which is a prairie grass that goes about that big. It's probably one of the best grasses for wildlife in the state. And then on top of that, we had post oak trees. We had blue stem savanna, and then we had hardwoods in the bottomland. So kind of just like here in the piney woods, this isn't the best picture. I say that every year and I never get a better one. But this is what it looks like now across most of the post oak savanna. You can see the post oak trees coming up here. So they're still there, but look at all this yopon underneath it. It's just, it chokes it out. And the reason for that is basically we've taken away fire from the landscape, and this landscape needs fire to depend on a savanna. Same thing here in the East Texas and the piney woods. But this on the right, picture on the right, that's the Gus Engling Wildlife Management Areas. That's a state wildlife management area. Anybody know what a state wildlife management area is? Okay, so we got Texas Parks and Wildlife, right? So they have state parks. So we got Huntsville State Park up the road, right? State parks are managed for recreation, for us to go out, bike, fish, camp, go enjoy nature. Wildlife management areas are actually about, I think, 50 of them, 40 or 50 of them across the state. So quite a few of them. And they're actually usually a lot bigger than state parks. And they are managed specifically for wildlife because their funds come 100% from hunting license sales, the tax on hunting license sales. And then that goes into wildlife management areas to buy property and to manage that for wildlife, not only for hunters to go hunt there, but more importantly, as a showcase place to show landowners how to manage their property. So they do a lot of programs out there where they take landowners out to these wildlife management areas and show them, hey, this is why you want your land should really look out in this part of the state. So this is Gus Engling Wildlife Management Area up north of Fairfield. So it's in the post oak savanna, and what they've done is out there, I think it's about 20,000 acres. They've heavily reinvested fire back into the landscape. And they turned it basically from this to the left, what it used to look like, to what it looks like now. You can obviously see the benefits to the picture on the right. It doesn't take a wildlife expert to notice that looks a lot more aesthetically pleasing and probably has a lot more habitat to it. They've actually reintroduced turkey and bobwhite quail on the place, so something you don't see a lot in this part of the state. And they also the other reason is you need and they use cattle, livestock also to graze this to keep up, to encourage the grass growth over yopon. All right, so post oak savanna, run through this real quick. Just a couple unique animals or animal and plant I want to point out. This is the Houston toad on the left. It's an endangered species that kind of makes its home in the post oak savanna. It uses like little ponds you find around College Station and Bastrop. Just want to point him out. This is the Navasota lady's tresses. It's a type of endangered orchid that you find in the post oak savanna also. I don't know much about it from a biology standpoint, but
what was the name of that one?
Navasota ladies' tresses. You can find that one pretty close here. I know they got some around College Station going on between College Station and Huntsville. I know there's some, it's actually, how many of y'all have driven that road between Huntsville and College Station on there's Highway 30? I don't know if you know they're going into College Station, or before you get to Bryan and College Station, there in Grimes County on the left is like the big dump for College Station. They actually have this orchid out there at the dump, so they have like, they're managing for it. They cut off, you know, when they decided to develop it, they found it out there and then they doing, you know, protecting it. Kind of like a little preserve out there. All right, so Blackland Prairie. So we go further west, we lose enough rain that we no longer have trees. We're transitioning over to prairie. So Blackland Prairie is kind of this black-gray color here. The northern Blackland Prairie, which is the main part of it, goes from basically just north of Dallas. It does not include Fort Worth. So Fort Worth here in Tarrant County actually is, so Dallas and about, I guess about 100 miles to the east of it. And then goes down, basically follows that I-35 corridor, give or take a little bit. Includes most of our major towns in Texas. So we got Dallas, Waco, Austin, San Marcos, and Bronxville, San Antonio. Well, part of San Antonio. Any ideas why we have so many major towns located in the Blackland Prairie? Farmland, yep. That was where all our big, that's where they took all their crops to the railroads or on the rivers. This is Texas's true tall grass prairie. This is when you would have came over here back in the mid 1800s and started, you know, this would be where you started seeing a lot of buffalo roaming around and grass that was 4 to 5 feet tall. And doesn't look like it looks today. Deep clayey soils. Rolling, farming is dominant. We already mentioned that. Talked about big cities. Urbanization is a big issue in this one. Farming doesn't take away habitat in the state like urbanization does. We're not converting any more land to farmland. We're actually losing it at an alarming rate to where, well, that's a whole nother topic. But urbanization is what's causing habitat to be lost in the state. And that's definitely true in the Blackland Prairie. Like I said, we have all the major towns in there. They're spreading out. They're taking over what little bit of Blackland Prairie is left. They say there's about 1% of the original tall grass prairie left, not only in Texas, but in the United States as a whole. Prairies kind of don't get I guess, the headlines or the media attention to where people throw funds at them. I mean, people always want to, let's go save the ocean, let's go save the beautiful forest, let's go save the beautiful mountains. So there's actually an incredible amount of diversity in prairie type ecosystems. They've done studies where you take go out and throw a random 1 meter square area like in a virgin tall grass prairie, and they can almost find in some sites as many plants in that 1 meter square area that you find like in 1 acre in like a rainforest in Brazil. So an incredible amount of diversity from a plant standpoint. No woody vegetation except down in the river bottoms or most creeks. Most of our prairie type animals are no longer found in the Blackland Prairie. They're not extinct. You can find them out further west where we haven't destroyed quite as much grassland. But so here's, obviously it's called Blackland Prairie. You can see the black soils, deep dark black soils. Here's a picture of a remnant tall grass prairie. I believe it's up east of Dallas in one of them small little counties up there, like, I don't know, Rockwall or Range or somewhere up there, I don't remember. But you can see that kind of what it would have historically looked like, just a sea of grass. So I mentioned I had Big Four on the previous slide. The Big Four is what we call the 4 major grasses that are the component of tall grass prairies. This isn't just here in Texas. This is going to be for, you know, right here in Kansas, parts of Missouri, Iowa, and whatnot. So I guess I should maybe clarify that. We have several different ecoregions in North America that we say were tall grass prairie, but they kind of vary a little bit between ecoregions. So your tall grass prairie in Kansas was a little bit different than what the tall grass prairie was here in the Blackland prairie in Texas. Well, actually, I'll mention tall grass prairie again when we get down to the coast, because that was historically tall grass prairie also. Bear away, your tall grass prairie was made up of big four, which was little blue stem, which is on top left. I know grass pictures are incredibly hard to make anything out of them, but top left is little blue stem, bottom left is big blue stem, and the middle is Indian grass, and then on the right is switchgrass. So little blue stem, big blue stem, Indian grass, and switchgrass. That was your big four that made up tall grass prairie, not only in Texas, but across North America. And those are incredible wildlife grasses. You can't, any guesses why you can't find them much anymore on the landscape, even where it's just cow pasture that hadn't been turned over? Cows, right? So cattle are great when managed properly. We use cattle all the time in wildlife management. These four grasses need to be grazed. If you don't graze them, they're gonna die out basically, because the vegetation is going to die. It's kind of like chokes itself out and decays over time. So you actually need to graze it to encourage new growth. The deal with tall grasses is if you graze them lower than 8 to 12, and graze them to about 12 inches is what we say. You can go down to about 8 inches without causing much damage. But if you continually graze them less than 8 inches, all right, so grasses might be this tall on top, but they have roots that might be 4 times that deep in the ground. So every time you increase the stubble height on a grass, the roots shrink underneath the ground too. So if you continually, because what the plant does is it uses energy from the roots to put out new shoots after the cow or the bison grazed it. And so then the roots are going to decrease in size. So if you continually graze it too short, eventually your roots just shrivel up, and then at some point there becomes not enough energy left in them roots for that grass to throw out a new shoot, and it dies. So back to my point with these is they're tall grasses, and back when we didn't know what the heck we were doing 100 years ago, I still don't know what we're doing when we're managing land, but we're a little better. We thought we could put one cow to like 1 acre, and we just literally graze the grasses out. There's also the point that these need fire also, because even though this was a grassland ecosystem, it's still far enough east that it gets enough rain without fire coming through there every 3 to 5 years. Woody vegetation would start naturally taking over shrubs and stuff like that. Okay, so here, like I said, most of the animals are gone that were unique to the Blackland prairie or tall grass prairie in Texas. So we have to do an artist picture because I couldn't, so they're not here anymore. But how many of y'all driving down I-35 between Austin and Dallas have ever seen anything that remotely looks like that? Pretty sad if you think about it. But anyway, want to point out, you can see the fire in the background here. Fire was always on the landscape. The bison moved around with the fire. They'd go in there and fire would come through, the grass would come up nice and green, and the bison would eat it, and it was a cycle. A lot of grassland birds. Some of these you can still find in the Blackland prairie. You got meadowlarks and scissor-tails. But where is it? It's in there somewhere. There's a prairie chicken hiding. Oh, there it is. There's prairie chicken hiding in here. No more prairie chickens. Quail are all but about gone, at least from that part of the state. We don't have any of our ground squirrels anymore. A lot of our reptiles and amphibians are greatly declined. Any of y'all monarch people in here? Here's a milkweed, the monarchs. So that's a big thing right now, trying to plant milkweed. Also point this out. You see this guy stalking right here? We used to have wolves. No longer got wolves. This is a hognose skunk, I believe. It's no longer found in this part of the state. It's not in a protected species, kind of a species of concern, but either way. So we moved west to Blackland prairie. I kind of lied when I said it was our last forest ecoregion, because in Texas just got to be difficult. We actually have a forest ecoregion between the Blackland prairie, and then when we get out to like the next prairie ecoregion, which is going to be this reddish color to the west of this yellow. But anyway, this is the cross timbers and prairie. It's kind of a transitional zone between timber and prairie. And that name actually came from when the settlers first came out here. They were going across Texas in their little wagons or on horseback. And they noticed that, and they went across this part of the state, you'd have a band of incredibly thick timber, little scrubby oaks, and then you'd run into prairie, and then you'd run into timber, and then you run into prairie. So they called it the cross timbers. So anyway, the cross timbers, probably one of the only ecoregions. Oh, never mind. It's got Fort Worth. And as I say, most of it's pretty rural, but it does include Fort Worth and the west side of DFW. This is one ecoregion that's, depending on what source you use, will alter where it's at. So it starts basically up in the Red River, goes down west of Fort Worth, east of Abilene and Wichita Falls. Wichita Falls will be up here in Wichita County. Abilene's not on here, but it'd be just be west of like Callahan and Coleman County, somewhere over there. But down here is always, depending on the source, is always kind of varies. So Golds actually takes it all the way down to northern Travis County or Austin, which I've never actually seen it go down that far on any other map. Most people stop it up here, kind of west of Waco. That's the Colorado River right there, north in San Saba County, kind of down to about there. Basically, it transitions down into the Edwards Plateau in the hill country of central Texas. So it's not a hard dividing line like you see in some ecoregions. So transitional zone between prairie and forest. Variety of soil types and geography. You see areas that have a lot of limestone, a lot of rocks, and then you have areas that are more prairie that have deeper soils to them. Oh, back to my original slide. Remember I said the Piney Woods was acidic, right? Most of the other state is alkaline. You all know why it's alkaline? Yep, we have a lot of limestone in the state. I mentioned that earlier. So a lot of this pretty shallow soil. So we don't have a lot of farming in the state. You'll notice that a lot of the ecoregions that are very farming dependent were grass ecosystems. That makes sense. This is really our last forest ecoregion. Historically, when you got further west of here, you wouldn't see a whole lot of trees. It's kind of changed now because we've mosquito all across the state, which we'll talk about that in the next slide, a few slides. But this is where you start seeing rainfall becoming limited. This is where you see rainfall starts having a big effect on how good the ecosystem does. Rainfall can be very good one year, not good next. I mean, I know we had a dry summer here in Southeast Texas last year, but generally our rain precipitation is pretty consistent. You get out here, you can have several bad years that are back to back to back. I actually work with some ranchers out here in this part of the state, and they kind of laugh when I talk to them, and they say, "How y'all doing down there?" I go, "Well, it hadn't rained for 2 weeks in Livingston. The farmers are starting to get worried that they need some rain," and they just kind of laugh at me and they go, "It hadn't rained for 6 months up here." So that's where you start seeing rainfall really starts tapering off. Ranching's dominant. We talked about it being a mixture of prairies and forests. We do see some oak, mott, juniper woodlands in parts of the cross timbers. Oak, mott, juniper woodlands. How many of y'all have been to hill country in here? Y'all know what I'm talking about, Edwards Plateau. Everybody likes to go to hill country. That's the oak, mott, juniper woodlands is what you kind of see in the hill country. So you see this in part of the cross timbers here. So I'll actually go back to this slide. So if you actually divide this up, you actually have, if you go into more detail, you actually have the eastern cross timbers, which includes about a 10 to 30 mile strip on the eastern edge of it that goes down from about Waco and McClellan County all the way up to Denton. Then you have a, what is that town in? It's a town up there in Fort Worth, suburb. It's got prairie in its name. Grand Prairie, there you go. So then you go just west of the East Cross Timbers, then you got the Grand Prairie, kind of like here in Parker and Wise County. And then, so that's almost a lot more prairie. Then you go back into the western cross timbers on the western edge of it, and then there's some other little prairie pockets in there. But what I want to point out was I talked about the oak, mott, and juniper woodlands. How many of y'all ever heard of the Palo Pinto Mountains or Possum Kingdom Lake? Okay, there you go. So that's going to be right here. So the Palo Pinto Mountains is the part of the cross timbers that has the oak, mott, juniper woodlands. It looks a lot like the hill country, basically. It's a beautiful lake if you've never been up there. So here's a representation of what the cross timbers looks like. You see a lot of, I guess, pretty good habitat still in this part of the state, relatively speaking to other parts of the state. So in this picture on the left, you have your prairie in the front. This is actually a bunch of little blue stem in here, so a lot of good native grasses. You have your live oaks, or probably post oaks actually, or black. Might be black oaks. I don't know. They got live oaks, post oaks, and blackjack oaks. That's the oaks you're going to see in this part of the state for the most part, or the bigger ones. You do see some mesquite coming in here. That would be taken away by fire historically. Like I said, we'll talk about mesquite more. So, and then on the right is that's a picture of the Palo Pinto Mountains, right below Possum Kingdom Lake. I think that's the dam, and you can see how you get to kind of a pretty rugged landscape. There are a lot of limestone cliffs, pretty woody. All right, about as far as wildlife and plants in this ecoregion, doesn't have anything too unique. I just say it's typical Texas. We got a lot of turkeys, a lot of white-tailed deer. We do start to see some western species start becoming pretty common around here. So I threw a jackrabbit up there. I will say some of the oldest trees, maybe not the oldest, but some of the, well, I guess you could say, you see a lot of areas in this part of the state that were never cut. So you see a lot of virgin forest actually here because the trees are just so, I mean, some of the oak trees don't get 15, 20 feet tall. And they're living in an arid landscape. So they got limbs going everywhere, big gnarly trunks. So they were never economically important. So a lot of this was never cut. So you see areas where you see just, 500,000-year oak trees just all over the place. So it's kind of probably one of the more least disturbed ecoregions in the state, other than the fact that we don't burn them anymore. But all right, so when we move west of the cross timbers, we run into what's called the rolling plains. You also sometimes will hear it referred to as the low interior plains. In Texas, we call it the rolling plains. It's actually an extension of the plains that go up through central Oklahoma and Kansas on up to Nebraska. It's called the low interior plains. And this rolling plains is this lighter orange reddish color. In the middle here, it's a midgrass prairie. So remember we said the blackland prairie was tall grass. We got far enough west and we're now in a midgrass type prairie ecoregion. I don't like this ecoregion as far as the way that they divide it up in this map, because a lot of sources will actually divide this up in two ecoregions. Because basically you take the part that's in the panhandle and then the western half of it. It's basically the Cat Rock escarpments. Any of y'all ever heard of the Cat Rock Canyons or Pallador? I'll show some pictures here in a minute. It's a giant drop off where you go from the high plains, which is the next ecoregion, which is incredibly flat and you see forever, and it drops off like 1,000, 1,500 feet. It's pretty much a clear drop off. We have the second largest canyon in the country behind the Grand Canyon up in this part of the state. So either way, that's Pallador. Either way, a lot of people divide this up in two. So you got the Cat Rock Escarpment and the Canadian River up here, and that splits the panhandle in half. The Canadian River breaks from the eastern part of the rolling plains, which is more just rolling plains. It's not much to it. But anyway, so I said southern extension of the low interior plains that we see in the mid prairie states, level to low. So when you look at the eastern side of the rolling plains, it's level to low ridges, a lot of red clay and sand. How many of y'all ever driven across the Brazos River between like Waco, College Station, or down south of Houston on 59? usually pretty dirty and red, right? This is where all that red soil comes from. That's why the water's so red in the grasses. A lot of farming and ranching here, pretty good soil, midgrass prairie. Woody vegetation was limited to the riparian areas. I will go back to that. Well, I'll talk, show some pictures. All of this ecoregion has pretty much been transformed to a shrubland, back to the same thing again. We overgraze the grasses. Nature doesn't like a vacuum, so nature is going to put something out there that can survive in the landscape. So nature puts out mesquite, mesquite trees. We are down in South Texas. I know everybody knows what a mesquite is, but I'll mention mesquite's basically this native shrub to Texas that it has good benefits, but in the lack of fire and any kind of brush control on it, because we have to do brush management now in most parts of the state because we don't have fire, your mesquite will take over. It'll basically form a thicket and it'll cause the whole, basically the whole ecological setup of an area to change because you go from a grassland to a shrubland. Got big old thorns on it. It's actually not a bad wildlife plant. It's in the legume family, so deer love the beans, and so do turkeys and a lot of wildlife. Cows will eat it if they get hungry enough. But what I was going to say was this ecoregion, we lost all the grassland and it's pretty much all been transformed to shrubland. So we have a near loss of all our endemic prairie species. However, I do a whole nother talk on quail. I like quail, but I won't try not to get too far into quail. Quail, bobwhite quail in particular, we tend to think of bobwhite quail as kind of a grassland species, right? You know, it's a little bird, kind of like a chicken, likes to live out in the grass. It needs grass. The reason why quail are in a decline is they're incredibly finicky. Not only does everything want to eat them, it's a little plump bird that can't fly but 10 feet, and everything from a hawk to a snake wants to eat them. But they need a mosaic of habitat. They need grasses to they need low grasses, almost dirt to foraging. If you think you got a chick like this big, it can't walk through grass more taller than that. And another reason why quail are so declined is well, let me get back. I'll go back to that. I'm jumping all over the place now. So they need like a forage area that's almost dirt, really short grass, but then they need large clumps of grass to lay their eggs in. Basically, we say you need about a basketball-sized clump of grass that then has like open grass around it for the little baby quail to move through. But you need that big clump to protect the nest while she's laying on it. That's why grazing with cattle is very important for quail management, because you need that cow to come through there and graze certain spots down. Cows are lazy. Well, they're not lazy. Well, they are lazy, but they're lazy and they like to eat the same stuff, just like us. We like good food, right? Do you want the food that's fresh, just cooked, or do you want the food that's been in the leftovers that's been in the fridge for 4 days, right? The fresh, just cooked. So the same thing with cows. What they do is they create grazing patches to where, like I said, you know, grass gets grazed and then it's going to throw off a new shoot up. So they graze that same area over and over again because that's fresh grass grows on it. So if you stock appropriately and the cows aren't trying to eat everything because they're hungry, they'll create patches of grazed grass next to patches of clump grass, which is great quail habitat because you have areas that are nice and open, and then you have big clumps next to it. And then so quail need short grass, kind of clumps of grass, and then they also need shrub or some kind of brush and protection from all the big predators when the weather gets real bad, stuff like that. So this ecoregion, it's actually kind of become the epicenter of bobwhite quail. It always probably had a lot of bobwhite quail, but since it's been transformed more to a shrubland, courtesy of us, there's now a bunch of brush in that part of the state that makes great quail habitat when managed properly. And this is in a lot of this part of the state manages for quail. This is quail hunters will travel far and wide and spend lots of money to go on a quail hunt. And there is some big ranches. This is where you see a lot of the big quail hunting ranches in the state, is in the rolling plains. So it's kind of become the epicenter of bobwhite quail in the state. One of the few areas in the state where we don't see quail on a rapid decline. So back to what I was saying earlier about quail hatching. This will be my last thing on quail. Quail are what we call a boom and bust species. So they could be almost absent from the landscape. And everybody thinks the quail's gone. Man, we don't have any more quail out here because it's been a bad year. Maybe it's been too dry. Back to quail are finicky. If it's too dry, there's not enough bugs and seeds for the babies to survive, so they die. Population cracks. Same thing, if it rains too much, then the nest gets washed away, or the chicks drown, or adults drown. So you have to have like the ideal conditions for bobwhite quail to flourish. That tends to only happen about once every, I don't know, 5 to 8 years. So they're a boom and bust species. You'll go to where you got one every 50 acres to where you got 550 acres. So you look at the graphs and populations of quail, they'll just go up and down, but they are on a decline. But you see years where we had a good year a few years back. We thought after more than a few years back, after the drought of 11, and it was really dry. How many of y'all remember the drought of 11? Yeah, for y'all that don't know, that was, y'all thought last year was bad. The drought of 11 was about 300 times worse. We were getting to the point where we were running out of water. We were running out of water. They were shipping water into parts of the state because municipalities ran out, but it was a lot worse. But with the quail just nosedived after that. And then about 3 or 4 years later, we had a good rain year. We had an all-time peak. We were done with quail. So here's what the rolling plains looks like when you're driving through it around like Wichita Falls. Still kind of looks like a prairie grassland, right? Well, that is all non-native grass or just not the stuff that used to be out there. It's completely converted. And then here's a picture I wanted to show how, you know, historically this would have just been a sea of grass as far as you can see. And you can see all this back here is just mesquite that is just encroached in and taken over. So you can picture why this has kind of become good quail habitat. If this was grazed, you could have grass and you have little shrubs here, and then you have a lot of protection in the back. But I talked about how a lot of the endemic species were gone from here. So when I mentioned earlier, I work with some ranches in this part of the state. Polk County actually owns land out in Throckmorton County right here. So I work with about 5 guys out there. I go make sure once a year I go out there, make sure they're not like abusing the land or make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to. I get a free trip out to the middle of nowhere, Texas. Funny story. Throckmorton has like 1,500 people. It is literally the middle of nowhere. The whole county has like 1,500. There's not a hotel in the county. I stay in the Lazy T Motel. It's actually pretty nice place. Well, there's not a chain brand hotel. There's the Lazy T Motel. It's like this old house. Oh, it's an historical house. It's like 150 years old or something. It's pretty neat. There's no fast food in the town. There's an all subs gas station you can get a burrito at, I guess. But I drove to Chicken Express one year, which was like 50 minutes away because I wanted Chicken Express and I didn't want all subs. But there is one restaurant, and you would never know it's a restaurant. It's about 3 blocks off the main drag, and it's just got OSB board for like the walls. There's no siding on it. It's pretty good though. But I went up there 2 years ago. I actually got more options now. They built the solar farm came into the county about 2 years ago. So now they got 2 restaurants to actually choose from, a pizza joint, a little burger joint. It's booming, but actually it's going back down now because they built the solar farm. But anyway, where I was getting at with this was when I go out there, I talked to one of the guys a few years back. It's like his family has lived out there since like, I don't know, sometime in the 1800s. I've been out there their whole forever. And he said, yeah, I just remember when I was a kid growing up out here on the school land. It's called school land, is what we call it, but that's the land that the county owns. He said, I can just remember there was always prairie dogs out here. Whatever happened to all the prairie dogs? I'm looking out at his place and I'm like, well, you got mesquite every 5 yards. Like, that's why the prairie dogs are gone. There's no more prairie. But just, you know, he was listening to him and telling him, talking to them about how much these guys can just remember the landscape changing in the, the 50, 80 years they've been around, or then listening to them talk about what their grandparents used to see. It's pretty incredible. But some of y'all might be curious. It's called school land. This is kind of a history lesson here. Back at some point, I guess this would have been in the 1800s, because Polk County's owned this land for this long. We had the state owned all this land out in West Texas that they didn't know what to do with. Before oil was a thing, so there wasn't much value to it. So they gave it to all the counties and said, hey, we're going to give you all this land, and you're going to call it your school land. It's like a state law. It's in, I don't know if it's in the Constitution or not, but here's this land. You manage it as the county commissioner court manages it as you see fit. And then any money you get from that land has to be divided up between your school districts in the county. It goes to your school boards. Most of the counties have actually sold their land. I know of 3 counties that still have school land in Texas. There might be more, but the 3 that I know of is Polk County, where I work, Upshur County, which is a little tiny county up in northeast Texas. It's probably not much bigger than Conroe, like the whole county. It's a little tiny county. And then I'll give y'all, anybody want to guess what the 3rd county is? Y'all will never guess it. Travis, Austin still owns their school land. And it's actually borders Polk County land in Throckmorton County. And then I think a couple of them own some. There's 1 or 2 other counties that own school land down around El Paso, but most of them have sold their land for obvious reasons, a lot of money, but because I think Polk County owns 20,000 acres or something like that. It's incredible. All right, so I digress again. All right, so we talked about the rolling plains, kind of the east side of it, kind of east of this line, the eastern half of it, kind of being more grassland. Oh, I didn't want to mention, this is the Brazos River here, so this is where it starts to pick up all that red dirt. The school land, now I'm back on the school land again. The Brazos River actually splits part of it, so we get to drive through the Brazos River in the 4-wheel drive truck. We're going to check out the land on the other side of the river, because the only way to get to it from one side to the other is either drive through the river or take about an 1.5-hour drive around. It's like 80 miles. So it's interesting. But this is where a lot of our major rivers start. The Brazos, the Colorado, stuff like that goes through there. So, okay. So when we talk about the western half of it, it gets a lot more very rugged landscape. This is the Cap Rock escarpments I was talking about. It's basically a hard dividing line between the high plains and the rolling plains. Not much farming because it's so rugged. Grama buffalo grass, which is short grass. So we're starting to get into the short grass ecosystem where grass like that tall. And then, so you got a lot of juniper and shrub oak on the Cap Rock. And then you have the Canadian River up in the Panhandle. So I want to talk about both of those real quick. So here's the Cap Rock escarpment. This is the top left is Palador Canyon. That's actually a state park. It's incredibly beautiful. And this on the bottom or on the right side is Cap Rock Canyon State Park. That's a neat park too. I highly recommend y'all go visit there. But you can see how it's just, it's this canyon land, incredibly rugged. And basically you're just driving along and just don't even see it coming. It just kind of goes right down. This is a picture I put in here because it's not totally impressive on the bottom left, but this is a Cap Rock Canyon State Park. I actually drew a tag to go hunt all-dad rams up there, which all-dad, it's a well, all-dad's a non-native sheep we brought over here from the Atlas Mountains in northern Sahara part of Africa, that we now have more all-dad here in Texas and New Mexico than there is in Africa. They're actually endangered in Africa, highly endangered. They're in that Atlas Mountains. Morocco was like is where you find it. But they're a pretty cool sheep. But so we released them here for hunting for rancher supplemental income back 60, 80 years ago. Now we realize we want the bighorn sheep back, and they compete with the bighorn sheep, so that's a big point of contention out in this part of the state, but that's a whole nother talk. But so I was out here all day, I wanted to show this picture because we were on this little ridge here, me and my friend that were with me. We decided we wanted to hike over to this ridge to look in this little valley. So we thought we'd just hop skipping along here, probably about a mile or so. We got down in here, and about every 50 to 100 yards is about a 200-foot just gorge running through there. I would have died if we tried to make it across there. It was pretty rugged. So my point is, this landscape is incredibly rugged. So, and this is the Canadian River. So remember this, because I'm gonna go back to this slide here where we have the landscape or the ecoregion. So you got the Cat Rock Escarpment, which basically divides the high plains, which is the orange to the west, and then it drops off into the rolling plains. But I mentioned up here in the Panhandle, this little strip that cuts it in half, that's where the Canadian River is at, which is a major river in New Mexico, Texas, and Oklahoma. I don't know if it goes into Arkansas or not. No, in Oklahoma. But anyway, you have the Canadian River breaks, which the difference between the Canadian River breaks and the Cat Rock Escarpment is the Canadian River breaks are just a little bit lighter canyon. It's not as much rugged drop off. The reason why I wanted to mention that was this is the Canadian River here, incredibly shallow, really broad. It has a bunch of sandbars in it, but it's really unique for a couple wild animal species. And all right, remember, we'll go to that in a minute. But here's just some pictures of some of the species you'll find in the rolling plain: burrowing owls, prairie dogs, horned toads, state lizard, Cyosgrama, state grass, bunch of quail. These burrowing owls actually live in prairie dog towns. They're pretty small, but you can actually find them in this part of the state. They live in culverts or find little crevices somewhere to live at. But all right, so back to the Canadian River. The Canadian River is important for this guy on the top left, which is an interior turn, and the picture on the bottom right, which is the Arkansas silvery minnow. Both of these guys are protected species. I can't remember if they're threatened or endangered, but I know they're protected. So the deal with the interior turn is this is it actually sitting on its nest on a sandbar in the river. Does that look like something easy for a predator to go eat? So the Canadian River, well, really all these rivers, and when you get up into Texas, Kansas, up in the plains, they're really broad and far apart, like we showed in this picture. And so they might be 100 to 300 yards apart, but real shallow, and so they create all these little sandbars in here. So these interior turns nest on them sandbars. And just that much water is enough to protect them for the most part from coyotes and other land-based predators because they're on a sandbar in the middle of the river. Well, we've dammed a lot of these rivers. We've dammed the Canadian. Lot less water because we're taking it out for drinking and irrigation and whatnot. So a lot of the interior turns nesting habitat no longer exists because the river has shrunk in size, so the sandbars are now connected to the land, so the predators can come eat the nest. The Canadian River in Texas is one of the, sorry for keep switching around. The Canadian parts of the Canadian River in Texas is one of the few spots where you still have quite a few interior turn colonies, so that's why it's unique. And then the Arkansas silvery minnow, which is on the bottom right, kind of the same thing. It requires enough water flow because its eggs die if they settle out on the bottom of the river. So they spawn, do their thing, release eggs, they get fertilized. As that egg incubates, don't quote me, I don't remember if it's like a day or 2 or 3 days or something. It's like a day or 3 days. It incubates and then that little fish comes out. If that egg settles on the bottom of the substrate in the river, the egg dies. It has to stay suspended in the water. Well, since we've reduced the river flow in the Arkansas River, which would have been where it was historically majorly found, and then its watersheds, which the Canadian River is a tributary of the Arkansas River. We reduced the flow in so many spots, we put so many impoundments in their reservoirs that a lot of the habitat's gone because in then 2 to 3 days, that egg might move a couple hundred miles. So you need, if you got a reservoir over a couple hundred miles, kill the fish out. So the Canadian River up in the Texas Panhandle is one of the few spots where the Arkansas silvery minnow can still spawn and be successful. This is a buffalo grass here. You see a lot of that here. This is a bison, obviously a crappy picture of a bison, but I put it in here because how many of y'all know we released bison into the Cat Rock Canyon State Park? So Texas Parks and Wildlife, I guess the state of Texas owns a buffalo herd. And actually, any of y'all ever heard of Charles Goodnight? He was one of the big historical ranchers in the state. You have the Goodnight Cattle Trail, named after, he was the one who started it. He lived up in this part of the state, and I guess it was probably one of his descendants around. It was the original Charles Goodnight. Maybe it was his wife. As you can tell, I only know half the story. The guy's wife noticed that, hey, back when we first came here, there was bison. We have bison, not buffalo. Buffalo are in Africa. The bison were everywhere. And they're all going to be gone if nobody does anything. This is back in the 1800s before being a conservationist was trendy. So his wife went out and on their big ranch and rounded up like it was like 10 to 20 bison that they still had on their ranch. It's like 12 or 13, somewhere in there. And they rounded them up, put them in pens, and basically saved them. And those 10 to 20 bison are now all the state herd, all the bison in Texas, it's the state herd is descended of those 10 to 12. And I don't know what the herd numbers up to. They got them in several state parks where they basically got them in large enclosures for safety reasons. But up in the Cat Rock Canyon State Park, which is big enough, they actually decided to release them so they roam free in the state park. So like I said, we were out here all day hunting and this guy decided to come by. So that was pretty neat. But and then one more thing on the state herd bison. So we have millions and millions and millions of bison in North America, right? All the bison you see in Yellowstone or Wyoming or Dakotas and Canada, those are all what we consider now that we've studied more into it and science has come along, kind of like the northern subspecies of bison or the northern herd. The only southern bison, which I think they were a little bit smaller, more adapted for a hotter climate, that survived were those 10 to 20 that Charles Goodnight's wife said. So if it wasn't for her, that whole subspecies would have been extinct. That's pretty neat. A lot of rich Texas history there. Yeah.
Does the state herd have brucellosis at all?
I do not know that. You know what? They vaccinate for it, I bet, because they manage them. They can vaccinate. Brucellosis is a disease in cattle and bison and other hoofed animals, but you can vaccinate for them when they're under a year of age. Protection. So I don't know your answer, Ron, but I'm assuming since I know they're kind of halfway domesticated. I'm sure they probably vaccinate them for them. Because you used to have to vaccinate anything for bangs or brucellosis at one time in the state. Yes.
I used to raise cattle and we dealt with bangs all the time. Those are probably don't have it because one way you keep it out is by quarantining and not
True.
bringing more cattle in that haven't been tested.
Yeah.
So if those small groups, they're not bringing bison in from anywhere.
Sure. Yeah, it's their own. Good point. One more thing on this slide. I always ask this question. So these are mule deer. We all know we got white-tailed deer in the state, right? In time, right? White-tailed deer all over the place. This is where you start, white-tailed deer start slacking off and you get mule deer, because mule deer are more adapted for this part of the state. Any guesses why they're called mule deer? Yeah, the settlers came over and realized they looked at their ears looked like the mules on their wagon, pulling their wagons. This is kind of getting into the details here. Any Any ideas why their ears are so big? Why they're more adapted for warmer arid climates? Where they can't get underneath the shade tree. Yep. Their big ears have more surface area to the environment, so they can move more blood through there and stay cooler. Mule deer, I wouldn't say they're in a decline, but their range is starting to, well, I guess that would be decline. Their range is shrinking in Texas. Or it's kind of basically on the eastern fringe, on the eastern part where you find them in Texas, the white-tailed deer are overtaking them because again, we converted it from more, it's turning into more of a shrubland type ecosystem. White-tailed deer thrive in brush and shrub. Mule deer need more open habitat. So evolution's occurring and basically white-tailed deer are out competing the mule deer because they're more adaptive for the environment we've created. All right, so on to the high plains. The high plains is basically the western half of the panhandle. Starts Ector and Midland, that's Midland and Odessa there, and then goes on up here. The high plains also includes kind of like the eastern third of New Mexico, the panhandle of Oklahoma, southwest Kansas, and southeast Colorado. You got Amarillo's here in Randall County, Lubbock's in Lubbock, obviously. Well, I say that, it's not true. We have counties in East Texas where there's Rusk and Henderson County, and then like Rusk and Henderson are separate. All right. So high plains, a short grass prairie, very arid, very level plain. I know there's some old saying you can stand up there and see brake lights from 100 miles away, and then if you stand like on a tuna can, you can see 200 brake lights from 200 miles away. Great farming soil, but it's too dry for the most part, so it's a lot of irrigation, which plays into a conservation concern, I guess you could say, because the Ogallala aquifer, which is always a tongue twister, we're basically draining it faster than it can recharge. So there is a lot of work done in this part of the state working with farmers to decrease irrigation needs, improve irrigation, and basically the farmers and the people that have interest in this aquifer have realized that we need to do something. So they're really being proactive about it instead of just waiting for the government to come in and say, hey, we're going to take your water away. Oil and gas production is big, Rama buffalo grass. Playa Lakes, I'm going to go back to Playa Lakes. Remnant prairie tracts with a lot of Great Plains species. So basically this is, when you think of your old West or cowboy and Indian movies, this is where kind of that picture, I guess you could say. Bottom left, that's typical high plains habitat. You can see what I say about standing on a tuna can. Bottom right, I throw this in here because this is where you start to see a lot of weather extremes in this part of the state. You can get blizzards. I think that, I don't remember how many when that year was, but I think that was like the record snowfall in Texas or something like that. Occurred up in the high plains. This also is this was the heart of the Dust Bowl. This is where the Dust Bowl occurred back in the 30s. Top right is a kind of unique subset ecoregion in here. This is the Shinery Sands. It's sand hills basically. Monahans would be Monahan sand hills, if y'all ever heard of Monahans, the sand dune out here. But basically, all of this was turned into farming because it was flat and good soil. These sand hills are sand, and they're hills, so we couldn't farm in them. So this is where you see a lot of our species that you don't find anywhere else still around here. Prairie chickens would be one, some reptiles and amphibians. The top left is Playa Lakes. These are very important for this part of the state as they are a major wintering site for pretty much all the waterfowl in the mid North America. So a lot of the migrating waterfowl, ducks, geese, cranes, shorebirds, that nest up in the Dakotas, River Plains, Canada, all the way up to Arctic. They come down here and they winter on these Playa Lakes. Basically, that picture is probably taken after a heavy rain or during a wet time. These lakes probably 75% of the time are dry. And it's basically so flat, it's just an internally shallow depression that when it rains, it holds water. But it's great for waterfowl. And you can see what basically the farmers do is they farm around them, so you know they can't farm in that if it's going to flood. So there's a lot of great waterfowl habitat up here. So like I mentioned, sandhill cranes, top left, they're one of my favorite birds. They're the mid-continent population of them winters heavily on the playa lakes and the high plains. We talked about lesser prairie chickens being found in some of the sandhills. Got those bison in there again. And then pronghorn antelope. Any of y'all ever seen pronghorn antelope before? They're cool. I like them. Their numbers are relatively stable in the state. Okay, so back before we screwed everything up, you actually could find antelope pretty much up to the edge of Houston. They were pretty much found in the eastern 2/3 of the state, Blackland Prairie, all up and down the I-35 sort of. They actually, the last one ever recorded in South Texas was on the King Ranch in like the 1920s or 30s still. I mean, that wasn't that long ago when you think about it. Now they're restricted to far west Texas and up in the high plains. But where they're still found, especially up in the high plains, population is relatively stable. We have some issues with them out in West Texas or the Trans-Pecos, which is the next ecoregion. But up in this part of the state, their population is pretty stable and it's actually kind of growing. But I was going to mention with them, one of the big issues we have is, and I throw this picture in here because, you know, agriculture and wildlife go hand in hand. They can manage each other. So I just wanted to show this to see, you know, they do a lot of set aside areas to encourage quarters for like these large mammals to move through. And then you see we have irrigation wells in the background with agriculture. So, I mean, you can live side by side when done right. But one of the main reasons why pronghorn started to decline, other than loss of habitat by overhunting in the 1800s, that should be a note too. A lot of these species originally declined partly because of overhunting, but we have such regulations and checks and balances in this country now. We'll never have a species go extinct again because of hunting being an issue. That's the law just won't allow it. Now, other countries, that's a whole other issue, but in this country, it's not. But pronghorn, they kind of like about this, a little bit smaller than a big white, about the same size as a white-tailed deer, but y'all would think those guys could jump, right? I mean, look, they got big legs. They're the fastest land animal in North America. I mean, they can cruise. They can't jump, or they don't know how to jump. They grew up. They evolved in this landscape. They never had any need to jump. So we're not 100% sure if it's like an evolutionary thing and they just can't click that they can actually jump, or if their muscles are so built that they can't support the weight of them jumping because they're just made to move really fast. Probably a combination of both. But what happened is we came out here and we fenced all the rangelands in. Well, we basically cut off a bunch of habitat because we made these guys, you know, they cover an incredible amount of area. So we divided the habitat up too much with fences, and that's why their population declined a lot. Well, we've now learned that if you just raise that bottom strand of barbed wire off the ground from being that high to about that high, it'll slip right underneath it. So most of the ranches in this part, most of the land in this part, fences in this part of the state, they raise that bottom strand up. So, and you'll know where they cross at because it'll look like, I don't know if you ever seen a dog or something go underneath the fence. It's just they cross in the same area. All right, Trans-Pecos. This Trans-Pecos, basically west of the Pecos River, which is kind of this scraggly line here on east of Reeves in Pecos County. This one's kind of hard to define as far as where it transitions from these other ecoregions, the high plains, the Edwards Plateau, which is going to be next. You kind of just go turn slowly in the desert. But this is our arid desert ecosystem and where our mountains are found in the state. And yes, we do have mountains. So the Trans-Pecos is one of 4 deserts in North America. The Trans-Pecos is the Chihuahua Desert, and then the other three are the Mojave. I always forget them when I put myself on the spot. Sonora cactus, Mojave, which is the great, what is the place in California where it's so Death Valley, there you go. And then the Great Basin, which would be like Utah. Limestone, a lot of different soils here. So we go from limestone reef to volcanic rocks. There's actually a lot of ancient volcanoes in this part of the state. That's the majority of how most of the mountains were formed. So you see a lot of volcanic rock out here. Basically what we call basin and range geography. So you go from up in the mountain down to the basin or down at the desert floor. So with that this is where you see elevation having a huge effect on the ecoregion. There are some internally drained areas where basically it just doesn't flow anywhere. It's just flows into a big basin. And I got a picture of that next because they're kind of cool. Mostly rangeland, limited farming, and all the farming is done by irrigation wells. If you ever look out of El Paso, do a satellite picture of El Paso, you see along the river, there's a bunch of farming right there, and it's all just for the irrigation. All right, how many of y'all like to eat pecans? I know I'm on the sidetrack. We like our pecans in Texas, right? We have a lot of beautiful pecan trees in this part of the state, right? It's like 90–95% of our pecans all come from that little stretch out there in El Paso, Texas. That's where we have commercial orchards throughout the state, but that's where a vast majority of our pecans come from. Basically, the deal with that is pecans are very susceptible to fungus, and it's so dry out there, there's no fungus in pecans. We see a lot of Western New Mexico species out here. So you see a lot of stuff coming up out of northern Mexico. You also see a lot of species that you see nowhere else in the state, except they're more associated with Rocky Mountains. Basically called these sky islands. So you're in a desert, but we have about 5 to 7 mountain ranges out there that get high enough up. They get just enough rainfall. The temperature's a little cooler where you get montane woodlands, which is like the pine type forest you see in New Mexico and Colorado up in the mountains. So we call those sky islands. We have desert springs with some unique animals, fish, and then a variety of vegetation. So I'll just go through this real quick. So we'll start from lower elevation in the top left, and then we'll work our way around. So in the lower elevation down on the desert floor, it looks kind of like a desert. I put this picture in here because all these little bushes in here are actually a creosote bush, which is actually, it's a native plant, but again, same thing, we overgrazed this out here because it actually had quite a bit of grass at one point, and nature let creosote bush take over because, as the name suggests, it wants to get a bush called creosote. So the creosote bush is basically taken over and actually releases like a compound in its roots that doesn't allow other plants to grow around it. So we're basically stuck with creosote bush in large expansions in this part of the state because we can't really burn because there's not even enough vegetation to burn out there, so it wouldn't carry fire. And even if we could burn it off, it's a desert, so it's kind of dangerous. And so we have creosote flats. You get a little bit higher up in elevation, you get these high desert grasslands where you actually have some grasslands in here. This picture here was in the foothills of the Davis Mountains. Then you get a little bit higher up. This would be kind of in the Big Bend area. You get the low mountains where it's not high, it doesn't get enough rainfall because it's not high enough and it's not cool enough. But it's a mountain, but it's real rocky, doesn't have a whole lot of vegetation. Then you get up into the higher elevations in the Davis Mountains, the Guadalupe Mountains, down around Big Bend, Eagle Mountains, where you actually get these montane woodlands. This is Livermore Peak here in the Davis Mountains, which is the second tallest peak in Texas behind the Guadalupe Mountains. But you can see, we have pine trees here. Kind of looks like something you see in Colorado. Back to the picture on the bottom left. Any ideas why the rocks kind of look like that? You got any geologists in the room?
Tectonic.
Yeah. Bottom right, that's an internally drained area that creates these salt flats out there. So basically, water all goes in there when it rains and it evaporates and bars and the salt. Then when it does hold rain, they got like beaches out there. It's kind of people drive out there to swim in them. So vegetation that you kind of see out here, this is a ponderosa pine here, you know, something you see more in New Mexico or Colorado or some of the other western states. This is alligator juniper, common plant in the high mountains out in the southwest United States. Any guesses why it's called alligator juniper? This is Texas madrone. You can actually find this in different parts of the state. They're a beautiful tree, so I'll put this picture in here. One of my favorites. Some of the species, you got antelope, canyon towhee, which is, you know, a common bird, but you see it more out in the southwest United States. These are some pup fishes. I don't know what species there is, but there's several species of pup fish that you find, or and then darters, a different class of fish that you find out in these desert springs out in West Texas or out in Trans-Pecos. Most of them, their populations are actually pretty good, but there's, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 7 of them that are protected and considered an endangered species. Even though their population is good, any idea why they're an endangered species? Yep, they're only found in one place, in one little well, and some of them wells are like maybe the size of this room. So basically, if some moron would go out there and dump oil in spring, you'd kill them all, so that's why they're protected. We do have bighorn sheep out here. We, due to loss of habitat, overhunting, and diseases from domesticated sheep, we lost our native subspecies of bighorn sheep, but we brought back a very closely related subspecies of bighorn sheep. So we have bighorn sheep, and the population is expanding. They're actually, I think, like, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, they gave out the first bighorn sheep permit again, and now I think they're up to, I don't know, 8 to 10 or so out of here. So the populations are growing, and they're spreading the new mountain ranges out there. Big money. Anybody sheep hunters in here? Okay. That bad boy out in West Texas, you might be looking at a 6-figure hunt. A lot of money for the ranchers out there. Black bear, so we got black bear. They're pretty common, not common, but they're growing population and stable out in the Trans-Pecos and the mountains out there. Black bear are interesting in this part of the state because they're one of the few examples. We lost all our black bear out pretty much statewide. We lost all our black bear. And the ones out in the Trans-Pecos out in West Texas, they're about the only example of natural recolonization of habitat by a large mammal in modern times. Most of the mammals that we've put back into habitats where they lost, we went and picked them up in a trailer and flown them or moved them a couple hundred miles or 1,000 miles somewhere. These guys naturally recolonized from the mountains of North Mexico on their own. We did not bring them back, and they're continuing to spread.
Are they marked? I mean, are they chipped?
I'm sure that studies they do, but I mean, their numbers are so high now. I mean, they're, dare I say, they're probably the most common part. Some of them, like, get around the Big Bend and the Davis Mountains. I mean, they're spreading east too. You're seeing them a lot more on that, more in central Texas too. Biggest deal with that is the habitats here, and now that the laws behind them for protection from overhunting and our views on predators have changed a little bit. Come back. Scrub jay eating a cracker after that. So just some more pictures of the mountains out in West Texas. Another ponderosa pine. This is all pictures from in the Guadalupe Mountains. So bottom left is the chipmunk. I don't know what the species is, but the only chipmunk in Texas is found in the Guadalupe Mountains. It's our one and only chipmunk species. Top right is some of our elk. Again, just like the bighorn sheep, we lost our native subspecies of elk. but ranchers brought back the Rocky Mountain elk, which are basically kind of the same. And now we have elk naturalized back in this part of the state. Top left is a Rio Grande cutthroat trout. And the reason why I threw him in here is you can't find there. Technically, there is no native trout found in Texas. However, the more we kind of believe that this Rio Grande cutthroat trout was found in some of the streams in the mountains of West Texas or in the Trans-Pecos, because you can find them in New Mexico in very similar habitat. And, you know, it's right across the border. And we have no records of this guy. There's no lab specimen anywhere. But one naturalist back in the 1800s was, you know, what naturalists did back in the day. They went out and they just recorded what they saw, named it for science. He sketched, according to his notebook, and I don't remember what the guy's name was, he sketched a Rio Grande cutthroat trout and said he found it in the major watershed in the Davis Mountains. So we have no technical proof that they were here, but the habitat's there, and you got a sketch from a naturalist and a conservationist in the 1800s. And one of the places we believe they were probably found was McKidrick Creek, which is in McKidrick Canyon, which is this bottom right picture, which is in the Guadalupe Mountains. And I've just put this in there. If any of y'all ever had a chance to go out there, and it's incredibly beautiful. And you can actually drive up to the base of the canyon and actually walk up along it. So the first, or walk in it. So the first couple miles aren't that strenuous at all. It's pretty level. So you don't have to climb over the mountain in the background to get to it. But we think these trout were probably there, and there's been talks by Parks and Wildlife to restock them, but we decided to stock rainbow trout in here at one time. And rainbow trout, do I have any trout fishermen in here? Okay, I don't want to, because trout fishermen can be kind of finicky with their trout. The trout guys don't want us to remove them because they've been there for so long. It's kind of like natural Texas heritage now. So, but we don't want to invest, because this Rio Grande cutthroat trout, I don't know if it's nationally protected, but I know it's protected in New Mexico. We don't want to protect a protected species and put it into an ecosystem where we know it's going to compete with another trout that's not even supposed to be there. So it's kind of a point of contention. They actually tried to take some of them and stick them up at one of the, up in Athens at the Texas Freshwater Fisheries Center to see if they could like keep them survive there, and then like say, hey, we took them, we're going to keep them here forever, and they didn't survive. They're like this small too, like they're stunted because the habitat sucks because there's not enough food. So like they're little bitty rainbow trout, but they make it. And the guy that used to own this, I don't know if he probably was the one who stocked them too. The McKidrick Canyon, a lot of the Guadalupe National Park used to be owned by the guy that created oil and gas. So I'm sure it's probably when they got stuck. So Edwards Plateau, enough of the Trans-Pecos. Edwards Plateau, which is the hill country here. I got to run through because I wanted to focus in on y'all's section. Limestone Plateau, ranching, urbanization, juniper oak savanna, juniper woodland. A lot of Texas endemics that are found nowhere else outside of Texas. And then we have pretty good riparian areas because we got this karst geography where all the water sinks down in the limestone and then it comes back up in springs and rivers. And we all like to go swimming in the Guadalupe or the Blanco or the Frio. So that's, you know, typical hill country, top left. It's a lot more overgrown than it used to be. The pie was a lot more grassland at one point, but the karst geography creates a lot of sinkholes that you see in the top right. You have Enchanted Rock, bottom left, and then you have pie the Guadalupe there. So here's a picture of some Texas endemics that are found nowhere else outside of the hill country, or the Edwards Plateau. You got the Golden Cheek Warbler, which is the top left. It actually does go down to Mexico, but it only breeds in Texas, not in any other states. You know, the Guadalupe bass on the right, which is our state fish, which is only found in the Colorado and Guadalupe River watershed. We have stocked them in other watersheds though, so they're Frio. You have the fishhook cactus, and then pinon, or I can't think what that is. It's a type of juniper, but it's not in Texas endemic. You can find it out west. It's just on the slide. Here's all some Texas endemics that are just found in the hill country or the Edwards Aquifer. So all these guys were found in the Edwards Aquifer, or in springs or in river systems in this part of the state. You have a bunch of actually unnamed arthropods and beetles and little insects that are found like in one cave system or one spring system. All of these are protected, I believe, by the way. You have several species of blind salamander. You can see why they're blind. They live in dark environments, got external gills, basically albino, and have no eyes. Darters and pupfish and Texas wild rice. The blind salamander is actually one species called the Blanco blind salamander. We don't know much about it. They only know one specimen, and it was from a flood back at some point where the spring just shot up so much water that came out from the aquifer underneath the ground. So they really don't know much about that guy. Then we got two more ecoregions. We go down to South Texas, South Texas plains. This is our thorn scrub country in the state. Gets pretty humid, warm winter, subtropical. Long heritage of ranching, Team Ranch, oil and gas is big down there, Eagle Ford Shale. Historically, it would have been a lot more of a grassland or savanna type vegetation, but we've taken away fire and it's now turned into more thorn scrub or bush country. However, it has some of the highest and distinct diversity of plants and animals in the state. So here's just a picture of typical thorn scrub down in South Texas. Ranch senderos, as they call them down there, so basically roads through the brush. You can see I ain't gonna want to walk through that very much. In fact, you really can't. But you just see an incredible amount of diversity down here. So these are all species that are found nowhere else outside of South Texas. Well, minus the plants on the top right. That's just to show you diversity of the plants. But there might be some unique plants there too. But you have this blue snake, which is a Texas indigo snake. It gets real big, very blue. Any ideas of what it's eating? Yeah, it eats snakes. It likes rattlesnakes. It's a good snake. You have a groove-billed Annie, which is a Mexico species that reaches its northern limit in South Texas. Same thing with the gopher tortoise. Same thing with the green jay. People from all over the world come down to South Texas to go see the birds down in the valley. Very popular. The last ecoregion is one that many of y'all probably worked in at some point, since y'all imagine a lot of y'all probably worked down in Houston, is the coastal plain. So this is basically that little strip along the coast. It goes from only about 10 to 30 miles wide down in Brownsville, goes up through Corpus in Nueces County, and then goes up here in the midsection, actually gets the broadest, where it goes about 130 miles inland up to northwest of Houston. So like Hempstead and Waller along 290 would be the far stretch of the coastal prairie, and then shoots on over to Beaumont and goes all the way into Louisiana until you get to the Mississippi River. Flat, narrow strip. Some of our youngest and less altered soils in the state, very humid, very subtropical. Probably don't have to tell you all in this room when it gets pretty hot and sticky here in August. High percentage of farmland because it's great farmland. Petrochemicals big. Urbanization is huge in this part of the state. We have freshwater inflows are big because our bays need water to survive, and we like to take that water away to give people in Austin and other parts in the central part of the state water. Laguna Madre, which is the largest hypersaline ecosystem in the world. It's basically, so the Laguna Madre is this narrow stretch of waterway between Nueces County and Corpus inland, all the way down to Cameron County and Brownsville. And that's all saltier than the ocean, but it's an incredibly productive marine ecosystem. So here's just some quick pictures. You have salt grass in the top left, Spartina. That's where all our little fish we like to eat start out their life. Crab, shrimp, redfish, speckled trout, flounder, they all need that to start their life cycle. Need fresh water though. If your bay gets too salty, you lose the Spartina grass. That's eelgrass, which you find in the Laguna Madre, sand dunes, tall grass prairie inland on the bottom left. More tall grass prairie, and then you have the Columbia bottomlands down south of Houston, like around Angleton and Freeport, which is incredibly important for a stopover for birds going down to South America and Central America, because it's the only spot in the Gulf. It's the only spot along the Western Gulf of Mexico where trees actually go all the way to the Gulf. So they fly across the Gulf and they run out of energy. Stuff like the orchard oriole on the bottom right need to stop there to refill. A lot of waterfowl, a lot of bird diversity, skimmers, prairie chickens, except now they're all gone, except for like the Atwater Prairie Chicken Refuge. Turtles, we have all 5 sea turtles you can find in Texas. Top left, any of y'all know we have land crabs here? Did not know that until I went down on the coast. They don't actually need salt water to survive. They only need them to breed, so you can find them about 5 to 7 miles inland from the actual bay. Obviously, you can't talk about the Gulf with about incredible diversity. These would have been all fish caught outside of either Freeport or down around Matagorda. He eats oysters. All right, in the last 10 minutes, I wanted to zoom in really quick because I know y'all wanted to talk about specifically Walker and Montgomery County. This is a link, and did you send them send somebody an email? I'll get y'all this link. This EPA did this map. They did it for all the states, but they made a pretty in-depth ecological regions of Texas. And it's pretty neat. It's about 300 pages, the whole booklet. But you can see it pretty much follows Gould's ecoregions. They divide them out a little bit further, but then they created all these sub-ecoregions in here. And I know you can't see them, but that's so because Texas, we're so diverse. The pine forest here in Walker County is different than the pine forest up in Texarkana, so it's really a different ecoregion. So when we dropped down into Walker and Montgomery County, Walker County's right here under 35, Montgomery's county to the south of it. You can see the majority of it's going to be in the pine woods. We have, okay, then you actually have a little bit of blackland prairie that comes into the west part of Montgomery County, which is that brown color. And then the northwest part of Walker County, you actually get a little bit of post oak savanna. So y'all are right on the transitional zone between 3 ecoregions. So the South Central Plains, as it's more technically called, are the piney woods. You have this, and I'll get y'all these slides because we're going to work through these real quick. You have the southern uplands, which is basically, it's more rolling hills, a little bit drier. And then you have the flat woods below it. And then so the flatwoods are these 35F, the lighter green. The uplands are the 35E, which is the darker green. And then you have your floodplains or your major river bottoms. This would be the Trinity River bottom here, so north part of Walker County. So when you look at your uplands, they're more hilly than what you see the flatwoods to the southern part of Montgomery County. More sandy, better drain. I mean, you can see this driving up I-45. It gets more hilly as you go towards Huntsville, more rolling hills. Not as many hardwoods, more pine trees. Historical vegetation, probably a little bit of longleaf pine. We're really too far west for longleaf pine here. You probably had more of a loblolly shortleaf pine savanna. Mixed hardwoods, you can see these are just the different forest types that you would have seen here. Magnolia, beech, loblolly pine, the dominant. The Catahoula Formation is interesting. I don't know if it's in Walker or Montgomery County anywhere. I know there's parts of it in San Jacinto County. It's basically like this little rock uplift that goes from like the Pine Woods of East Texas and this little strip on over to Western Louisiana. And I know there's parts of it in San Jacinto because I've seen it with my own eyes. But it's basically these barren rocks that create kind of these unique plant communities. Because You gotta be a pretty unique plant to live on bare rock. You have acidic bogs. You also see a lot of timber break rattlesnakes like to use the Catahoula formations. It makes sense. Snakes like rocks to hide in. Current vegetation, we have a lot more pine than what used to be here. Probably would have been a lot more oaks in there. We have pine or hardwood mix, depending on, if it's still being managed for commercial forestry, or if they're just letting it sit there until it gets sold into houses, and they're just gonna let what grows up. We have some pasture land, but not a whole lot. Real quick, bottom left, top left side is what, that's actually a longleaf pine savanna, but that's what a lot of our upland pine forest would have looked like. Around here, like I said, would have probably been more loblolly pine savanna. That's the gopher snake again that we mentioned earlier. So flatwoods is that area to the south of us, really here in Conroe, where it gets started. This is really flat area before you get to the Gulf. It floods all the time. It's really where the big thicket's located at. Highest historical vegetation. We would have had some longleaf pine, flatwood savannas also. You have actually a lot of diversity of plants here. You would have had mixed pine hardwood forest on some of the higher sides. You even had historically some small pocket prairies in there. Wetland savannas, which are one of the rarest plant communities in Texas. You can see what makes up those: pine, sweet bay, wax myrtle, tie, and holly. Interestingly, when you take fire away from this, and tie and holly, which is yellow pine, will just completely take over. But it's most of that's actually found in the Big Thicket Preserve. And then beech magnolia is actually what's kind of considered the climax community for the flatwoods. And if you've ever seen one of these, it's kind of pretty. It's really open. You can walk through it. It's got big beech trees, but you don't find them too often, and you usually find it on like the sweet spot between a lowland and where it gets too dry, like on a little high ridge, it only floods occasionally. Current vegetation, we're here down north of Houston, so it's been greatly modified. A lot of overgrown, less diverse than it used to be. Not much pasture land since it floods too much. Here's a picture of the beech magnolia woodlands, which, like I said, would have been kind of the historical climax vegetation, we believe, for the flatwoods. Floodplains and low terraces. So, like I said, this would be the Trinity River bottom when we're talking about here at Montgomery and Walker County. Would have been a floodplain, obviously. So it flooded all the time, overbank flooding, poor soils. But it's important because when it overfloods, it fills up the backwaters and sloughs in the Moxbow lakes, which are important habitat for fish, reptiles, waterfowl. We actually see some of our highest diversity in all the state in these floodplains, like along the Trinity River bottom, and you can see I've listed out the numbers of species there. Not too many pines down here. A lot of the lower terraces have been converted into pine monoculture, but historically it would have been more oaks, elms, some cottonwoods mixed in, and then your cypress and your water tupelo down in more standing water. Reservoirs are the big thing that have altered this ecoregion. Actually, you build a reservoir, it's no longer going to flood like it's supposed to be, and you took away the hardwoods. So I think I showed that picture already. All right, so real quick, I'll throw a lot at y'all really quick. So when you get up into northwest Walker County, remember this 35E was the pine uplands, the 35F was the flatwood, so kind of southeast Montgomery County, getting down into Harris and Liberty. Then you got your Trinity River bottom floodplains. Any guess why there's not a Trinity River bottom labeled right there between San Jacinto and Polk? Lake Livingston, yep. But anyway, so you get up to northwest Walker County, you get a little bit of the southern post oak savanna and a little bit of basically a continuation of the Trinity River bottom floodplain, but it's no longer in the piney woods, it's now in the post oak savanna. Like we talked pretty in depth about the post oak savanna, your pines start to drop out. A good example of this is if you ever driving in that road between Huntsville and College Station on State Highway 30, you can literally see how it transitions from pine to post oak, and it kind of goes back a few times there, where you go from pine forest and it goes to post oak, and then it eventually goes all the way to post oak. It's actually a little blackland prairie mixed in there too. So post oak savanna, we talked about that. Nowadays, you get that thick understory of yellow pond, eastern red cedar starts taking over. We don't have much mesquite encroachment here. It's usually down more south of here, down like around the range in that area. A lot of rangeland, some improved pasture. Yeah, and here's a picture of what historical post oak prairie would have looked like with post oaks and some prairies in there. Post oaks savanna. Here's a more aerial view, I guess you could say, of post oak savanna type habitat. And then again, you get the Trinity River bottom and the post oak savanna, pretty much the same as in the piney woods. Your diversity just gets a little bit less because it's a little bit drier. Big Lake Bottomland Wildlife Management Area is just north. It's north of Madison County. I'm not sure which county it's actually in, but it's on the Trinity River bottom. And I found this when I was putting this together. There's 8 distinct forest habitat types, and they found 459 plant species in this one wildlife management area. It's an incredible amount of diversity. It's still the major river bottoms or the floodplains and the post oak savanna are still pretty intact for the most part. We do see some cropland and improved pasture, but that's not too much along the Trinity River. It's more along the Brazos, Colorado. So typical Trinity River looks like north of Huntsville. And then for our last couple slides, I want to mention this. You actually have the southern blackland prairie actually reach in here to Montgomery County. You ever drive 105? Yeah, 105. Out towards Montgomery, you drive right into it, and then that would basically be Navasota right there. That'd probably be, you can see it. It turns into kind of prairie out there, more grassland. So this is, remember we talked about the blackland prairie actually being 2 different disjunct ecoregions. You have that northern blackland prairie along I-35, then you have the southern along south of it. So we're in the southern, you actually hear it called the Fayette Prairie here locally. Basically, it goes from just west of here down through Navasota, Brenham, south of LaGrange, down to Yorktown, and Cuero. Schulenburg's in there too, if you ever drive down along I-10, Weimer. More dissected than the northern blackland prairie. And it's actually been altered so much, we really don't know quite what was historically here. We kind of take our guesses between it being a big blue stem grassland. You see more little blue stem brown seed possum, which is just a species of grass that you see kind of down more along the coast. So we think that might have worked its way into the southern blackland prairie. A few more trees. One more thing about the blackland prairie is, you know how we talked about on the northern blackland prairie on I-35, how it's all farmland, right? The southern blackland prairie, the soils aren't quite as good, and it's a little bit more hilly. So we tried to farm that a lot. Brenham used to all be cotton farms, and it didn't work out. So most of that has been allowed to either regress back naturally into grassland or plant it back into something. So we don't see nearly as much farmland. So the southern blackland prairie is actually more intact than the actual northern blackland prairie. And where we do see some of our historical prairie left is less than 1%. This would be blackland prairie here. This is actually from up by Waco, I think, but same thing. Is hayfields. Most of our original tall grass prairie that's left is in hayfields because it's been farmed for hay. And if you cut it once or twice a year for hay, it kind of takes the place of bison and running fire through it. So that's where we go to kind of guess what historically was here. That's it. I guess since it's 10 o'clock, I'm going to talk way too long. If y'all have any questions, y'all can come up and ask the person you want, or do you want to have a little questions?
Oh, yeah, we have.
Okay, I didn't want to put y'all on.
Questions?
Yeah, one of your slides you mentioned climax species. What do you mean climax?
So climax species. Oh, which one you're talking about? 'Cause
Oh, yeah.
it was actually there. That climax community.
Yeah.
Yeah, so y'all probably haven't got that far yet, so that's not bad. Basically, when you look at basic ecology 101, you have primary succession. If you have an event that creates bare soil, basically rock. So think of a glacier event, like if a glacier came along and wiped everything clean. Volcano would be another good example of that. You're starting from scratch. Nature is going to go along kind of a set scale where it's going to go from point A community, which would be like moss and lichens on the rocks, and it's going to create soil. It's going to go to B, to C, to D, and then if we don't alter it any, it's eventually going to end up in a stable community, aka climax community. So what we're saying there is on the flatwoods, we believe historically, before we came in here and screwed everything up and started planting more pine trees, altering it, if you would have just let nature be the way it was, eventually the natural ecological systems of the area would turn it on to beach magnolia forest. Now, not to get too in depth on your question, you can do a secondary succession, which would be a fire, a flood, or some kind of other natural event that reconverts it back earlier into the chain of going from A to B to C to D. So if D was, you might not ever actually get to your beach magnolia community on a large scale because in areas you're going back in time because of events making it go back. Next.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Mary. That was